Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The Thread of Light. I stood motionless in the corridor, gaze fixed on the door that didn't quite latch. The air seemed to vibrate, a low hum filling the space as though the walls themselves were breathing. Every slight shift in the shadows seemed to carry meaning, yet none could be grasped. A chill crawled beneath the floorboards, creeping upward, nudging a sense of urgency that refused to materialize fully. For a moment, a draft teased the door, causing a faint, almost imperceptible sway. It was then I noticed the thread of light spilling from beneath the door, a sliver that had not been there before. My hand trembled as I reached for the brass handle, its surface cold and somehow slick despite the dry air. The metal seemed to pulse under my palm, as if it held the memory of every touch before mine. I pushed the door open slowly, listening to the soft groan of hinges that needed oil. The room beyond was ordinary enough, a small office space with filing cabinets lining one wall and a desk positioned near the window. Yet something felt displaced, as though someone had rearranged the furniture by mere inches, enough to throw off the natural flow of the space. The smell hit me then, not unpleasant exactly, but foreign. A mixture of stale coffee and something metallic, like coins left too long in a pocket. I stepped inside, my footsteps muffled by a thin carpet that had seen better days. The desk drawers hung open at odd angles, their contents spilled but not scattered. Whoever had been here last had searched with purpose, not desperation. I had come here because of the phone call. The voice on the other end had been familiar yet distorted, as if filtered through water. They had mentioned finding something that belonged to me, something I would want back, but standing in this room now, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the one being found. The first file I opened contained photographs, black and white images of people I didn't recognize, their faces captured in moments of what seemed like ordinary conversation. Yet each photo had been marked with a red pen, small X's drawn over certain individuals. The marks were deliberate, precise. Someone had been making selections. As I flipped through the images, my breathing grew shallow. There in the corner of the third photograph was a face I did recognize. My own, though I had no memory of when or where this picture had been taken. I was sitting at what appeared to be a cafe, a cup raised halfway to my lips, my expression caught somewhere between contentment and distraction. The red X had been drawn directly over my forehead. The sound of footsteps in the corridor outside made me freeze, slow, measured steps that paused just outside the door. I held my breath, waiting for whoever it was to either enter or continue past. Instead, the footsteps stopped entirely. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own heartbeat, unnaturally loud in the small space. I moved to the window, peering through blinds that had been adjusted to allow only slivers of outside light. The parking area below was empty except for my own vehicle, and one other, a dark sedan I didn't recognize. Its windows were tinted too heavily to see inside, but I had the distinct impression that someone was watching from within. Returning to the desk, I discovered a small recording device tucked behind a stack of manila folders. The tape inside was partially wound, suggesting it had been used recently. I pressed play, and after a moment of static, voices emerged. The first was the same one from the phone call, though clearer now, more distinct. "The pattern is becoming obvious," the voice said. "3 incidents, all connected by the same thread. The authorities aren't seeing it, but then again, they're not looking in the right places." A second voice responded, younger sounding, uncertain. Are you sure about this? The evidence seems circumstantial at best. Evidence is only as good as the person interpreting it, came the reply. And most people see only what they expect to see. But if you know how to look, the connections become undeniable. The recording continued for several more exchanges, but the audio quality deteriorated, making it difficult to follow the conversation. What I could discern was troubling. They were discussing someone's movements, someone's habits, with the kind of detail that suggested long observation. And gradually I began to recognize some of the details they mentioned. The route I took to work each morning, the grocery store I frequented, the small park where I sometimes sat during lunch breaks. They were talking about me. I rewound the tape and listened again, this time taking notes on a piece of paper I found in one of the desk drawers. The handwriting that was already on the paper was neat, methodical. Lists of dates, times, locations, all places I had been, all moments from my recent past. Someone had been documenting my life with the precision of a scientist studying a specimen. The realization should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, I felt a strange sense of validation, as if a suspicion I hadn't known I harbored was finally being confirmed. For weeks, I had been experiencing odd coincidences. The same person appearing in different locations where I happened to be. Phone calls that ended the moment I answered. Mail that arrived opened and had been carefully resealed. I had attributed these incidents to paranoia, stress from work, and overactive imagination. But looking at the evidence spread across this desk, I understood that my instincts had been correct. Someone had been watching me, studying me, preparing for something. The question was why. I continued searching through the files, looking for any clue that might explain my significance to whoever had compiled this information. Most of the documents were photocopies of official records, employment history, medical records, financial statements. Information that would be difficult for a private citizen to obtain through legal means. But then I found something that made my blood run cold. Buried beneath a stack of surveillance photos was a newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local woman found dead in apparent suicide." The accompanying photo showed a woman who bore a striking resemblance to me. Not identical, but similar enough that we could have been sisters. The article was brief, mentioning only that the woman had been found in her apartment, apparently having taken her own life after a period of depression. What chilled me was the date. The incident had occurred exactly 1 year ago to the day. I read the article 3 times, searching for any detail that might explain its presence among my personal information. The woman's name was mentioned, but it meant nothing to me. She had worked in a different field, lived in a different part of the region, moved in circles that had never intersected with mine. Yet someone had seen fit to include her story with my file. The sound of a car engine starting outside drew my attention back to the window. The dark sedan was pulling away, moving slowly as if the driver was reluctant to leave. I watched until it disappeared around a corner, then returned to the desk with a growing sense of urgency. In the bottom drawer, I found a leather journal filled with handwritten entries. The writing was different from the lists and notes, more personal, more emotional. The entries were dated, starting from several months ago and continuing up to just a few days prior. As I read, a disturbing picture began to emerge. The writer was documenting what they called the experiment. They described selecting subjects based on specific criteria: physical appearance, lifestyle patterns, psychological profiles. Each subject was observed for a period of time, their routines cataloged, their vulnerabilities identified, and then, according to the journal, the subjects were guided toward a predetermined outcome. The woman from the newspaper clipping was mentioned by name. The writer described her as Subject A, noting her increasing isolation, her growing paranoia, her eventual breakdown. They wrote about their interventions with clinical detachment, describing how they had introduced stressors into her life, how they had manipulated her environment to increase her anxiety and desperation. The final entry about Subject A was brief: outcome achieved, moving to next phase. I was Subject B. The journal entries about me were more detailed, perhaps because the writer had refined their methods. They described my daily routines with uncanny accuracy, noted my responses to various stimuli they had introduced into my environment. The strange phone calls, the sensation of being watched, the small disruptions to my normal patterns, all of it had been orchestrated. But unlike Subject A, I had not responded as expected. Where she had become increasingly withdrawn and paranoid, I had become more alert, more investigative. The writer expressed frustration with my resilience, my tendency to seek rational explanations rather than succumb to fear. Subject B demonstrates unexpected resistance to standard psychological pressure techniques. One entry read, may require more direct intervention to achieve desired outcome. The most recent entry was dated just 2 days ago. Subject B has begun to investigate. This development was not anticipated but may actually serve our purposes. Have arranged for Subject B to discover the office. Will observe response and adjust methodology accordingly. I was exactly where they wanted me to be. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This entire discovery, the unlocked door, the files, the recording, even this journal had been left for me to find. I was still being manipulated, still dancing to someone else's choreography. But why? What was the ultimate goal? I flipped to the back of the journal, hoping to find some explanation, some insight into the writer's motivations. Instead, I found a list of names and dates. Subject A was there, along with her date of death. Below that were 5 other names, all with dates from the past 2 years. All, I realized with growing horror, were likely obituaries. My name was at the bottom of the list, with today's date written beside it. The sound of the door closing behind me was soft, almost gentle. I turned to find a figure standing in the doorway, average height, unremarkable features, the kind of person who could disappear in a crowd. They were holding a small digital camera, and I realized they had been photographing me as I read. "You're very thorough," they said, their voice matching the one from the recording. "More thorough than the others. That's what made you interesting." I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "What do you want?" "To understand," they replied, stepping further into the room. "To see how far someone can be pushed before they break. To document the process, the variations, the individual responses to systematic pressure." "The woman in the newspaper, you killed her." I guided her to a logical conclusion, they corrected. "She made the final choice herself. They all do. That's what makes it pure, scientifically speaking. I simply create the conditions. The subjects determine the outcome. And if I don't break, if I don't follow your script." For the first time they smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Everyone breaks eventually. It's just a matter of finding the right pressure point. For some, it's isolation. For others, it's fear. For you, I suspect it might be knowledge itself. The more you learn about what's been done to you, the more helpless you'll feel. They were probably right. Standing in that room, surrounded by evidence of my manipulation, I felt a despair deeper than anything I had ever experienced. Not just because of the immediate danger, but because of the violation of my autonomy, my sense of self. How much of my recent behavior had been genuine? how many of my thoughts and feelings had been artificially induced. But alongside the despair was something else. Anger, cold, focused rage at being treated like a laboratory animal, at being reduced to data points in someone's twisted research project. "You made a mistake," I said, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. "Oh, and what's that?" "You let me see the pattern, you showed me how you operate, which means I can disrupt it." Before they could respond, I grabbed the journal and the recording device, pushing past them toward the door. They made no immediate move to stop me, which was somehow more unsettling than if they had tried to physically restrain me. "Where will you go?" they called after me. "Who will you tell? And more importantly, how will you know if your decision to run is your own or just another part of the experiment?" I couldn't answer, because the question struck too close to home. How could I trust my own judgment when I knew it had been compromised? How could I be sure that my escape wasn't exactly what they wanted me to do? But I ran anyway, clutching the evidence against my chest like a talisman. Behind me, I could hear them following, not hurrying, just maintaining a steady pace, like a predator confident in the inevitability of the hunt's conclusion. The parking area seemed impossibly far away, and when I reached my car, my hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. In the rearview mirror, I could see the figure standing in the building's entrance, still watching, still documenting my responses. I drove without destination, taking random turns, trying to create distance between myself and that place. But even as I drove, doubts crept in. Was this reaction predicted? Had they counted on me finding the journal, counted on my flight response? Were there other files, other preparations I hadn't discovered? The recording device sat on the passenger seat beside me, and after several miles, I pulled over to listen to it again. This time I noticed details I had missed before. Background sounds that suggested the conversation had taken place in a vehicle. Traffic noise that indicated they had been driving through a specific type of area, industrial, based on the heavy truck sounds and railroad crossing bells. More importantly, I caught a reference to the next location. They had mentioned preparing another site, another setup for what they called Phase 3. If I could find that location, maybe I could understand what they were really planning. Maybe I could find evidence that would be compelling to authorities who might otherwise dismiss my story as paranoia. But first, I needed to know more about the other subjects. The names in the journal were my only concrete leads, my only way of proving that this wasn't an isolated incident. I spent the remainder of the day at a public library, using their computers to research the names from the list. What I found was both validating and terrifying. Each name corresponded to a death that had been ruled suicide or accidental. Each victim had been found alone, with no witnesses, under circumstances that seemed plausible if tragic. But when I looked more closely at the details, patterns emerged. Each victim had experienced a period of unusual stress in the weeks leading up to their death. Strange incidents, unexplained coincidences, a growing sense of being watched or followed. In each case, friends and family members had noted changes in behavior, increased anxiety, paranoia, social withdrawal. The local authorities had investigated each death separately, finding no evidence of foul play, but they hadn't been looking for connections between cases. They hadn't seen the larger pattern. Armed with this information, I tried to contact the police. The detective I spoke with was polite but skeptical. Without concrete evidence of a crime in progress, there was little they could do. The journal and recording were certainly concerning, but they could be dismissed as an elaborate hoax or the products of someone's disturbed imagination. "What would you like us to investigate exactly?" the detective asked. "A person who claims to be conducting psychological experiments. That's not illegal unless they're actually harming someone, and you said yourself that you haven't been physically threatened." I tried to explain about the other victims, the pattern of deaths, but I could hear in the detective's voice that I was losing credibility with each word. To an outsider, I probably sounded exactly like the paranoid, unstable person my tormentor was trying to create. That night, I sat in a motel room across town, trying to decide what to do next. The journal lay open on the small table, its pages filled with clinical observations about human suffering. I read through the entries again, looking for any detail that might give me an advantage. What struck me most was the writer's obsession with documentation. They didn't just want to manipulate their subjects, they wanted to record every detail to create a comprehensive study of psychological breakdown. This need to document everything might be their weakness. If they were as thorough as the journal suggested, there would be more evidence somewhere. Videos, audio recordings, detailed files on each victim, evidence that would be much harder to dismiss as fabrication. The question was where they would keep such materials, somewhere secure but accessible, somewhere they could review and analyze their data. The office I had found was clearly a temporary setup designed to be discovered. Their real base of operations would be elsewhere. I thought about the background sounds on the recording, the industrial noise that had suggested a specific type of location. There were several such areas in the region, places where someone could work undisturbed, where unusual sounds or activities wouldn't attract attention. The next morning, I began a systematic search of these areas. I drove slowly through industrial districts, looking for buildings that might house a private operation. I paid particular attention to facilities that appeared to be unused or underutilized, places where someone could set up equipment without attracting notice. It took most of the day, but eventually I found something promising. A small warehouse in a complex of similar buildings, most of which appeared vacant. The parking area was empty except for the same dark sedan I had seen at the office. This time I parked several blocks away and approached on foot. The building's windows were covered from the inside, making it impossible to see what lay within. But I could hear sounds of electronic equipment, the hum of computers, occasionally what sounded like recorded voices. I circled the building, looking for another way inside, and found a service door that had been left slightly ajar. The interior was a stark contrast to the abandoned office. Banks of monitors lined one wall, displaying what appeared to be surveillance footage from multiple locations. Computer workstations occupied the center of the space, their screens showing spreadsheets and databases filled with personal information. And along the far wall were filing cabinets, dozens of them, labeled with codes that probably corresponded to different subjects. I was looking at the nerve center of an extensive stalking and harassment operation. This wasn't the work of a single disturbed individual. It was systematic, organized, possibly involving multiple people and significant resources. But the space was empty of people, which made me nervous. Either I had been incredibly lucky in my timing, or this was another setup, another layer of the experiment. I moved quickly to the nearest computer terminal, hoping to find files that would provide concrete evidence of the operation. The system wasn't password protected, which should have been my first warning. The files were organized by subject number, and I quickly located my own designation, Subject B7. The file was extensive, containing not just the surveillance data I expected, but also psychological profiles, behavioral predictions, and something called intervention schedules. As I scrolled through the documents, I realized that every aspect of my recent experience had been planned and orchestrated with scientific precision. But more disturbing was what I found in the other subject files. The operation had been running for years, involving dozens of victims. Most had followed the predicted pattern, increasing paranoia and isolation leading to self-harm, but a few had responded differently, had fought back or tried to expose the operation. Those subjects had simply disappeared. Their files ended abruptly with a final notation: subject relocated, experiment terminated. I was printing copies of the most damning documents when I heard the sound of vehicles outside. Multiple engines, doors slamming, voices coordinating some kind of approach. I grabbed what papers I could and looked for another exit, but the service door I had entered through was the only way out. The front door opened before I could reach it, and several figures entered. Not the single person from the office, but a group of people dressed in casual clothing that didn't quite conceal their coordinated movement and professional demeanor. Subject B7, one of them said, consulting a tablet device, right on schedule. "You're not going to get away with this," I said, holding up the printed documents. "I have evidence. People will know what happened to me." "Will they?" another figure asked. "Or will they simply know that a disturbed individual broke into a private research facility and made wild accusations before suffering a tragic accident?" They were right, of course. Without official backing, without credible witnesses, my story would be dismissed as the ravings of someone who had succumbed to exactly the kind of psychological pressure the documents described. But as I stood there surrounded by people who had systematically destroyed dozens of lives in the name of research, I realized something important. Even if I couldn't stop them, even if I became another entry in their files, I had disrupted their experiment. I had seen behind the curtain, had understood their methods, had refused to follow their script. That might not be enough to save me, but it was something. The last thing I remember clearly was one of them approaching with what looked like a medical device. Then darkness and the sound of my own breathing, artificially steady, as if controlled by machines. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. The doctors told me I had been found unconscious in my apartment, apparently having suffered some kind of breakdown. They spoke kindly, but with the practiced patience of people who had dealt with many similar cases. The documents I had printed were gone. The journal, the recording device, all of it had vanished. According to the official record, I had never been to the warehouse, had never discovered any evidence of a conspiracy. I had simply experienced a psychological episode, probably brought on by stress and paranoia. But I remember the files, the surveillance footage, the clinical descriptions of human suffering. I remember the faces of the people who had turned psychological manipulation into a science. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if even these memories are real, or if they're just another part of the experiment, another way of testing how far the human mind can be pushed before it loses all ability to distinguish between truth and fiction. The thread of light beneath the door still haunts me. Was it real, or was it just the first symptom of a mind beginning to fracture under carefully applied pressure? I may never know for certain, but I keep watching, keep listening, keep documenting the small inconsistencies in my daily life, because somewhere out there the experiment continues, and the only way to resist it is to never stop questioning what's real. Even when questioning everything becomes its own form of madness. Story 2. It always began in the early hours, a soft creak from the hallway as though the house exhaled before settling back to sleep. Without fail, it followed the same sequence, 3 creaks, a pause, and then silence until dawn. For years, I took comfort in its predictability, a mundane song beneath the floorboards. Last Tuesday, though, it was different. 2 creaks, a longer pause, then a light rustling sound that didn't belong. I've told myself it's nothing, just old wood misbehaving. But last night there was only silence and an uneasy feeling that something beneath the familiar was shifting. The hallway runner has been there since I moved in, a burgundy stripe down the center with gold threading that catches morning light. I remember choosing it specifically because it muffled footsteps, created a pathway of quiet between the bedrooms. The edges have worn thin over time, curling slightly where the heating vent pushes warm air across the floor. When I walk on it now, I notice how it bunches differently, as though someone has been walking a path just slightly off-center from mine. The fabric holds impressions longer than it used to, or perhaps I'm simply looking more carefully. My bedroom door has always stuck in humid weather, requiring a firm push to close completely. The wood swells against the frame with a resistance I've grown accustomed to over the seasons. But lately I've found it standing open in the morning, not wide, just enough to create a sliver of darkness leading to the hall. I know I close it each night, the same ritual before sleep, checking the latch twice. The metal feels different under my fingers now, smoother, as though it's been turned more frequently than my nightly routine would account for. The spare room at the end of the hall serves as storage, filled with boxes I haven't opened since moving here. Seasonal decorations, old books, winter clothes that smell faintly of cedar and mothballs. The dust patterns on the floor tell stories of undisturbed time, geometric shadows where boxes have sat for months. Except there's a clean rectangle near the window where something was moved recently, and I can't remember what used to sit there. The absence feels more significant than any presence, a gap in the careful arrangement I thought I knew by heart. Light from the street lamp filters through the front window in predictable patterns, casting familiar shadows across the living room each night. The large armchair creates a dark pool beside the bookshelf, while the coffee table throws a sharp rectangle toward the kitchen doorway. I've memorized these shapes during sleepless nights, finding comfort in their consistency. But the shadow patterns have been wrong lately, as though something is interrupting the light source, creating new angles that don't match the furniture I know is there. The kitchen faucet has developed a slow drip that wasn't there before, each drop hitting the stainless steel sink with a tiny percussion that echoes through the quiet house. I've tightened the handle, checked the washers, but the rhythm continues, irregular and somehow purposeful. Water stains have appeared around the drain in patterns that remind me of fingerprints, circular marks that seem too deliberate for random mineral deposits. The refrigerator hums at a different frequency now, harmonizing with the dripping in a way that creates an almost musical quality to the silence. My coffee mug sits in the same spot each morning, handle turned to the right, positioned exactly 2 inches from the edge of the counter. It's a habit born of routine muscle memory that requires no conscious thought. Yet I've been finding it in different positions, sometimes turned around completely, sometimes moved several inches from its usual place. The ceramic shows no signs of being handled roughly, no chips or stains that would indicate someone else has been using it. The displacement feels careful, intentional, as though someone is testing whether I'll notice. The basement door stays locked, has been locked since the day I moved in. The previous owners mentioned something about moisture problems down there, suggested I keep it sealed until I could afford proper ventilation. The key hangs on a hook beside the door, tarnished brass that feels cold even in warm weather. Recently, I've noticed scratches around the lock mechanism, tiny metal shavings that catch the light when I walk past. The key itself seems to have shifted position on its hook, hanging at a different angle than I remember. Books on my shelf have been rearranging themselves, or so it seems. Authors I thought were alphabetized now appear in random order, spines facing different directions. Some volumes have bookmarks in places I don't remember reading, thin strips of paper marking pages that contain nothing particularly significant when I check them. The bookmark paper feels different from any I've used, slightly waxy, with a texture that suggests it's been handled frequently by someone with different skin chemistry than mine. The medicine cabinet mirror reflects my face each morning, but lately I've caught glimpses of movement behind me, shadows that don't correspond to my own gestures. When I turn around, nothing is there, just the familiar bathroom with its white tiles and navy shower curtain. The mirror itself seems to hold images longer than it should, like a camera with a slow shutter speed, creating double exposures of moments that overlap in unsettling ways. Photographs on the mantelpiece have been shifting positions, some turned face down for reasons I can't explain. Family gatherings, vacation snapshots, candid moments that used to bring comfort now feel like they're watching me with an intensity that makes me avoid that side of the room. One picture, a group shot from several years ago, now has a strange quality to it, as though someone in the background has moved slightly between the time it was taken and now. The telephone answering machine blinks with messages that aren't there when I check. 3 blinks, a pause, then steady red light indicating no new calls. But the counter shows numbers that don't match my memory of recent conversations, and sometimes there are hang-ups logged at times when I was definitely home and would have heard the phone ring. The message tape makes a different sound when it rewinds now, a slightly higher pitch that suggests it's been used more than I remember. My car keys have been appearing in locations where I know I didn't leave them. Kitchen counter instead of the hall table, bathroom sink instead of my jacket pocket. The keychain, a simple metal ring with no ornaments, shows wear patterns that suggest more handling than my daily routine would create. The car itself seems to have been driven more miles than I can account for, though the difference is so slight I question whether I'm remembering correctly. The thermostat registers temperatures that don't match what I feel in the rooms. 72 degrees when the air feels much warmer, 68 when I'm reaching for sweaters. The digital display sometimes shows settings I don't remember programming, schedules for temperature changes that would make sense for someone with different daily routines than mine. The device responds to touch differently now, requiring more pressure to change settings, as though the interface has been recalibrated for different fingers. Window blinds throughout the house have been adjusted to positions I don't remember setting. Some pulled higher than I prefer, others lowered to block views I enjoy. The adjustment cords show wear patterns at different heights than where my hands naturally fall, suggesting someone taller or shorter has been operating them regularly. Light enters the rooms at unfamiliar angles now, creating brightness and shadow in places that feel foreign despite being my own living space. The garden outside my bedroom window has developed a path through the flower bed, a narrow track that leads from the sidewalk to just below the window. No footprints are visible in the soil, but the grass is compressed in a way that indicates regular passage. Plants along this route seem healthier than others, as though they're receiving more attention, more careful watering than I've been providing. Some flowers have been picked, leaving clean cuts that suggest garden shears rather than casual browsing by animals. Mail arrives sorted differently than the postal service usually delivers it. Bills separated from personal correspondence, everything facing the same direction in the box. My name on the envelopes appears to have been handled more than necessary, slight smudging around the letters that suggests someone has been examining each piece carefully before I collect it. Some items arrive opened and resealed so skillfully that I only notice because the adhesive feels different under my fingers. The bathroom scale gives readings that fluctuate more than my actual weight changes would account for. Not dramatically, just enough to suggest someone else has been using it regularly. The digital display sometimes shows weights that are clearly not mine, numbers that would correspond to someone significantly heavier or lighter. When I step on it immediately after these anomalous readings, it returns to expected numbers, but the brief glimpse of other data feels like evidence of a presence I can't otherwise detect. Sleep comes differently now, interrupted by sounds that might be dreams or might be something else entirely. Voices in conversation just below the threshold of understanding, footsteps that stop when I become fully conscious, the soft closing of doors I thought were already shut. Morning brings no evidence of these disturbances, but the feeling of having been observed during vulnerable hours lingers throughout each day like a scent I can't quite identify. The house key turns in the front door lock with less resistance than it used to, as though the mechanism has been lubricated recently by someone who knows the proper technique. Sometimes the door is unlocked when I'm certain I secured it, other times locked when I remember leaving it open. The deadbolt shows tiny scratches that weren't there before, marks that could indicate locked picks or simply keys being inserted hastily in poor light. Personal items have been moved with such subtlety that I question my own memory of where I placed them. Reading glasses shifted 3 inches to the left on the nightstand, television remote turned upside down on the coffee table, hand lotion cap tightened beyond the casual twist I usually give it. Each change is so minor that it could be explained by my own absent-mindedness, but the accumulation of small displacements creates a pattern that feels too consistent to be random. The silence that has replaced the familiar creaking feels heavier than the sounds it replaced, pregnant with possibilities that the predictable rhythm had kept at bay. I find myself lying awake listening for the return of those 3 creaks, the pause, the settling back into sleep. But the hallway holds its breath now, and I'm left wondering whether the change represents the end of something familiar or the beginning of something I'm not yet ready to understand. Story 3. The street lamps flickered softly under a velvet sky, casting long shadows on the dew-kissed pavement. The crisp air carried a faint scent of pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of wet leaves. As I approached my front porch, something felt off a soft creak disturbed the stillness, pulling my eyes to the slightly ajar window on the 2nd floor. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying an elusive whisper that seemed to linger just beyond the reach of understanding. I hesitated for a moment, a chill crawling up my spine, before crossing the threshold into the unsettling quiet of the house. That window had been closed when I left. I'm certain of it now, though certainty has become a fragile thing in these last few weeks. The mind plays tricks when you're looking for them, doesn't it? When you start paying attention to things that were always there, always moving, always breathing with the house's natural rhythm. But I remember closing it. The latch made that particular sound. It always makes a small metallic click that echoes in the bedroom above. I remember because I stood there for a moment afterward, watching the curtains settle into stillness, thinking about how quiet the neighborhood had become since the investigation began. The investigation, that's what they called it, though nobody used that word around me directly. Neighbors would lower their voices when I walked past, their conversations trailing off into meaningful glances and half-finished sentences. The mail carrier started leaving packages by the gate instead of walking up to the door. Even the woman who lived across the street, who used to wave every morning from her kitchen window, had taken to keeping her curtains drawn. I suppose it started with the missing person report, or maybe it started before that, in the weeks when I noticed small changes in routine, subtle shifts in behavior that seemed insignificant at the time. A coffee cup left on the counter instead of being placed in the dishwasher. A book moved from the nightstand to the kitchen table. Shoes arranged differently by the back door. These details feel important now, though I can't say why. Memory has a way of reshaping itself, doesn't it? Of highlighting certain moments and casting shadows over others. I find myself returning to these small observations, turning them over like stones in my palm, searching for weight and meaning they may never have possessed. The house feels different when you're alone in it for extended periods. You become aware of sounds you never noticed before, the way the floorboards respond to changes in temperature, the subtle settling of the foundation, the whisper of air moving through spaces you can't see. Every creak becomes a question mark, every shadow a possibility. That night, standing in the doorway with the scent of pine still clinging to my clothes, I climbed the stairs slowly. Each step seemed to announce my presence to the empty rooms above, and I found myself pausing between floors, listening for something I couldn't name. The bedroom door was open, though I couldn't recall leaving it that way. The window faced the street, and from where I stood I could see the same street lamps that had guided me home, their light now seeming distant and inadequate. The curtains moved slightly in the breeze that shouldn't have been there, shouldn't have been possible with a properly latched window. I approached the window carefully, as if sudden movement might disturb some delicate balance. The latch was indeed undone, hanging loose in a way that suggested it had been opened from the inside. But that would mean someone had been in the house while I was away, someone who knew exactly how to work the old mechanism that required a specific kind of pressure to release. Or it could mean that I had forgotten closing it, that the memory I held so clearly was simply another trick of a mind under stress. The detectives had mentioned this possibility during one of our conversations, their voices gentle but insistent. Stress can affect memory, they said. Grief can create false certainties. Grief, another word that followed me through those weeks, though I wasn't sure it applied to my situation. How do you grieve someone who simply isn't there anymore? Someone who left behind only questions and the echo of familiar routines suddenly interrupted. I closed the window again, listening for that metallic click. It came as expected, sharp and final in the quiet room. But as I turned away, I noticed something else, a slight indentation in the carpet near the dresser, as if someone had been standing there for a long time. The fibers were compressed in the shape of shoes that weren't mine. This detail lodged itself in my mind with uncomfortable persistence. I found myself returning to it throughout the following days, measuring it against my own footprints, trying to determine when it might have appeared. The carpet was old and slow to recover from pressure, so the impression could have been there for days or weeks without my noticing. But I had vacuumed recently. I remembered the sound of the machine working over that exact spot, remembered how the carpet fibers stood up straight afterward. So the impression had to be newer than that, had to have been made by someone who had stood in my bedroom, looking at my things, breathing my air. The police took photographs of the impression, though they seemed less convinced of its significance than I was. Physical evidence, they explained, required context to be meaningful. A footprint could belong to anyone, a repair person, a delivery worker, someone who had legitimate access to the house. Without additional evidence, it was simply another detail in a case that seemed to consist entirely of details, none of them quite adding up to a complete picture. But I knew the house's rhythms, knew who had been inside and when. I kept a mental inventory of visitors, of moments when the front door opened to admit someone other than myself. There had been the furnace inspection several weeks earlier, but that person had stayed in the basement. The window cleaner who came monthly, but only worked on the exterior. No one else had reason to be in the bedroom, no one else had access. Unless I had given someone access without remembering. Unless there were gaps in my awareness larger than I wanted to acknowledge. The detectives asked about spare keys during one of our conversations. Their questions were casual, almost conversational, but I sensed the weight behind them. Who had copies? Where were they kept? Had any gone missing recently? I told them about the key hidden under the planter by the back door, the one left there for emergencies that never seemed to come. When we checked, it was still there, covered in the same layer of dust that had accumulated over months of disuse. But dust can be disturbed and resettle, can't it? And someone who knew where to look wouldn't need to search, wouldn't need to leave obvious signs of their presence. The thought of someone entering the house while I slept, moving through familiar rooms with practiced silence, became a constant presence in my mind. I started checking the locks multiple times before bed, testing windows, examining the security system's blinking lights for any sign of malfunction or tampering. But security systems can be disabled by someone who understands them. Locks can be bypassed by someone with the right tools and knowledge. And sleep, I discovered, was not the sanctuary I had always believed it to be. It was simply another state of vulnerability, another period when awareness dimmed and allowed possibilities to flourish in the darkness. I began to notice other small changes. A book moved from one shelf to another, a photograph turned at a slightly different angle, food disappearing from the refrigerator in quantities too small to be certain, too consistent to ignore. Each incident could be explained by forgetfulness, by the natural chaos of daily life, but together they formed a pattern that felt deliberate and invasive. The pattern suggested someone who knew my habits, who understood which changes would be noticed, and which would blend into the background noise of existence. Someone who was studying me, learning the rhythms of my life with the patience of a predator or the dedication of a scholar. Or someone who existed only in my imagination, a creation of stress and isolation and the peculiar intensity that comes from being the subject of an investigation you don't fully understand. The investigators never shared their theories with me directly, but I could sense their evolving perspective in the way their questions changed over time. Initially, they had focused on external threats, on the possibility of someone entering my life from the outside, but gradually their attention turned inward, toward the spaces and silences in my own narrative, toward the things I might not be remembering or might be remembering incorrectly. They asked about my health, about medications, about periods of stress or emotional upheaval that might affect cognitive function. Their voices remained professional and compassionate, but I could hear the shift in their thinking, the way they had begun to consider me not just as a witness, but as a potential source of the mystery itself. And perhaps they were right. Perhaps the open window was simply the result of my own distraction, the footprint in the carpet, a remnant of my own movements through the space. Perhaps the missing food and moved objects were products of a mind creating significance where none existed, finding patterns in the random fluctuations of daily life. But late at night, when the house settled into its deepest quiet, I could feel a presence that had nothing to do with my imagination. It was subtle, like a change in air pressure or a shift in temperature, something that registered on senses I couldn't name but couldn't ignore. I started leaving small tests for this presence, a hair placed across a doorway, a coin positioned on a table in a specific way, a book opened to a particular page. Most remained undisturbed, but some showed signs of interference so slight they could have been caused by vibration or air currents or the natural settling of objects over time. The ambiguity was maddening. Every piece of evidence could be interpreted multiple ways. Every sign could be dismissed as coincidence or self-deception. I found myself documenting everything, creating detailed records of each small anomaly, each moment of uncertainty, as if the accumulation of data might eventually reveal a truth that individual incidents could not provide. But truth, I began to understand, was not something that could be captured through documentation. It existed in the spaces between facts, in the silences between words, in the shadows between street lamps on a quiet evening when the air carries the scent of pine and the possibility of rain. The investigation eventually moved on to other cases, other mysteries that demanded attention and resources. The detectives assured me that the file would remain open, that any new evidence would be thoroughly examined, but I could sense their attention shifting away from my small suburban drama toward more pressing matters. And perhaps that was appropriate. Perhaps there had never been a crime to investigate, never been an external threat to identify and neutralize. Perhaps the only mystery was the one I had created for myself, the one that lived in the space between memory and imagination, between what I thought I knew and what I could actually prove. But the house remembers things differently than I do. It holds the impressions of everyone who has moved through its rooms, everyone who has breathed its air and touched its surfaces. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between day and night, I can feel those impressions stirring, reminding me that some questions don't have answers, only deeper questions that spiral inward like water circling a drain. The window still opens by itself sometimes, not often and never when I'm watching, but I'll return home to find it unlatched, the curtains moving in a breeze that carries familiar scents and whispered possibilities. I close it carefully each time, listening for that metallic click, knowing that the sound is both an ending and a beginning, both a conclusion and an invitation to start the cycle again. The street lamps still flicker softly under the velvet sky, casting the same long shadows on pavement that glistens with dew and possibility. The air still carries that faint scent of pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of wet leaves and something else, something I can never quite identify but always recognize. And as I approach my front porch each evening, something still feels off, a soft creak disturbing the stillness, pulling my eyes upward to that window on the second floor, where the wind rustles through spaces it shouldn't be able to reach, carrying whispers that linger just beyond the reach of understanding. Story 4. It wasn't unusual for the garden gate to be ajar in the mornings. The grass was always damp, leaving a vague imprint on the soles of my shoes as I walked to the mailbox. I never bothered with the loose plank in the fence, which creaked whether the wind blew or not. Sometimes on weekends I'd pass the shed without glancing inside. The paint peeled a bit more each season, but it held its ground. The latter, though, seemed to lean differently each time. I figured it was the wind's doing. And yet when I left for work Monday, I made sure the gate was closed tight. The smell comes back first, cedar and rust like old tools left in rain. I keep trying to place when I first noticed it, but the memory shifts. Was it summer? The heat made everything smell stronger then. Or maybe it was earlier when the ground was still soft from melting snow. I remember standing by the kitchen window, coffee growing cold in my hands. The view was the same as always, the shed squatting in the far corner, surrounded by overgrown bushes, but something felt different, not wrong exactly, just different. The ladder, that's what keeps circling back, silver aluminum against weathered wood siding. I can see it clearly now, but I couldn't tell you why it matters. It should have been stored inside, shouldn't it? Tools belong in their proper places. That's what I was always taught. There was a conversation. I'm almost certain there was a conversation. Voices carrying across the yard, low and urgent. But when I try to focus on the words, they slip away like water through cupped hands. Maybe it was the neighbors. Maybe it was the radio playing somewhere. Maybe it was nothing at all. The gate creaked that morning. I remember because I turned around to look, coffee still warm in my palms. The metal latch hung loose, swaying slightly. I thought about fixing it. I thought about a lot of things I never did. Someone was there in the yard by the shed. I can almost see the shape tall, moving carefully between the shadows of the fruit trees. But faces are harder to hold onto than shapes. They blur and change, like looking at someone through frosted glass. "Did you check the shed?" The voice echoes in my head, but I can't place who said it. Male or female, I can't be sure. It might have been my own voice, asking myself the question I didn't want to answer. The smell of cedar grows stronger when I remember this part. Cedar and rust and something else. Something organic, like turned soil or compost left too long in the heat. I kept meaning to clean out those flower beds, kept meaning to do a lot of things. I walked out there once, just once I think. The grass was wet, soaking through my shoes. Each step left a dark impression behind me, a trail leading from the house to the shed door. The handle was warm under my fingers, warmer than it should have been in the cool air. But I didn't go inside, did I? The memory fractures here, splitting into pieces that don't quite fit together. I remember my hand on the door. I remember the smell getting stronger. I remember the ladder, definitely the ladder, leaning at that odd angle against the wall. And I remember backing away. The neighbors asked questions later, or maybe they didn't. Maybe I imagined the questions because I was asking them myself, about sounds in the night, about lights in windows that should have been dark, about why the gate was always open when I was sure I'd closed it. Everything all right over there. That voice is clearer, concerned but distant, the way neighbors talk when they want to help but don't want to get involved. I nodded, I think, said something about home repairs, about projects left unfinished. The kind of small talk that fills uncomfortable silences. But the latter bothered them too. I could see it in their glances, the way their eyes would drift toward the shed when they thought I wasn't looking. It wasn't supposed to be there. We all knew it wasn't supposed to be there. The paint was peeling worse by then, long strips of white curling away from the wood, exposing the gray underneath. Like skin after a sunburn, I thought, like something trying to shed its old self and become something new. I started avoiding the kitchen window, started taking my coffee in the front room instead, where the view was limited to the street and the houses across the way. Normal things, predictable things, things that didn't shift position when I wasn't watching. But the smell followed me inside, cedar and rust and that other thing, the organic smell that made my stomach turn. I checked the basement, thinking maybe a pipe had burst or a small animal had gotten trapped somewhere. Found nothing. The smell wasn't coming from inside the house. It was coming from memory. There was a day when I almost called someone. The phone was in my hand, the numbers half dialed. But who do you call when you can't explain what's wrong? When the only evidence is a feeling, a smell, a ladder leaning against a wall. I hung up before anyone answered. The shed door was open that afternoon. I'm certain of this because the sunlight fell across the threshold in a perfect rectangle, illuminating the interior. Tools hung on pegboard walls, bags of fertilizer stacked in the corner. A wheelbarrow, an old lawn mower, the accumulated debris of suburban maintenance. Normal things, everything exactly where it should be. Except the ladder was inside now, folded neatly against the far wall where it belonged, where it had always belonged according to the logical part of my mind. The part that insisted I'd been imagining things, seeing patterns where none existed. But the smell was stronger than ever. I closed the door and walked back to the house. The grass was dry that day, I remember. No footprints, no trail to mark my passage, as if I'd never been there at all. The conversations grew more frequent after that. Voices in the yard, always just out of earshot. I'd look out the window and see nothing, but the sound of talking would continue for several minutes more. Low, urgent, discussing things I couldn't quite hear. Sometimes I thought I recognized one of the voices. Sometimes I was sure it was my own. The gate stayed closed now. I made sure of that, checking it each morning before I left and each evening when I returned. The latch held firm, the metal worn smooth by my repeated testing, but somehow in the space between checking, it would drift open again. Just a few inches, just enough to let something in or out. I started making lists, things I was sure of, things I thought I remembered, things that might have been dreams or wishes or fears. The lists never matched. Each time I tried to reconstruct what had happened, the details shifted. The ladder moved, the voices changed. The smell grew stronger or fainter depending on how hard I tried to remember. The only constant was the uncertainty. There was a night when I couldn't sleep. I stood at the bedroom window, looking down at the yard bathed in streetlight and shadow. The shed crouched in its corner, solid and familiar. The gate hung closed, everything peaceful, everything normal. But something was different about the shadows. They fell at wrong angles, creating pockets of darkness that shouldn't have existed. And in those pockets, I thought I saw movement, quick, furtive, like someone trying not to be seen. I watched for what felt like a very long time. The shadows never moved again. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was nothing. Tricks of light, overactive imagination, the kind of nonsense that grows in the space between sleeping and waking. I made coffee and avoided the kitchen window and tried to forget about ladders and gates and voices in the dark. But forgetting is harder than remembering. Forgetting requires effort, constant vigilance against the thoughts that want to surface. And sometimes, when I wasn't paying attention, the memories would slip through. Cedar and rust, the weight of a door handle, grass stains on the soles of my shoes. The ladder, always the ladder, leaning at that impossible angle. I think someone tried to explain it to me once, about the wind, about how metal expands and contracts with temperature changes, about how memory is unreliable, especially when we're stressed or anxious or looking for meaning in random events. It made sense when they said it. Everything has a logical explanation if you look hard enough. Gates blow open, tools get moved around, smells drift on air currents from unknown sources. But logic doesn't account for the feeling, the certainty that something important happened in that space between the house and the shed, something I witnessed or participated in or failed to prevent. Something that left traces in the turned earth and the peeling paint and the way shadows fell across familiar ground. I moved away eventually. New house, new yard, new routines to replace the old ones. The realtor said the property sold quickly, though she didn't mention who bought it or what they planned to do with the shed. Well, I didn't ask. But sometimes in the early morning when the light is just right, I catch a whiff of cedar and rust. Sometimes I hear voices discussing things I can't quite understand. Sometimes I check locks twice, making sure gates are closed tight against whatever might want to get in. Lure out. The smell is strongest now, as I try to piece together what really happened in that yard behind that house beside that shed with its peeling paint and misplaced ladder. The organic smell, the one I never could identify. I think I know what it was now. I think I've always known. But knowing and remembering are different things, and some memories are too heavy to carry, too sharp to handle without cutting yourself on the edges. So I let them drift like paint peeling from old wood, like voices on the wind, like the scent of cedar and rust and something else, something that makes the gate swing open no matter how tight I close it. The ladder lines differently each time I remember it, but it's always there, waiting in the corner of my vision, waiting for me to understand what it was really for. What it helped someone reach, or what it helped them hide. Story 5. The doorbell remained silent. As I approached the entrance, my fingers brushed what should have been a textured surface, but it felt peculiarly smooth, almost resisting identification. I stepped inside, the air expectant yet unnaturally stagnant, as if it held its breath. The walls had a muted color that seemed to retreat from view. I walked further, waiting for the floor to announce my steps, but it offered no echo, no reassurance. The blinds hung lifelessly, though a breeze teased through, leaving me to wonder if they would respond or remain forever still. The smoothness under my palm brings it all back now. That same sensation months ago when I first touched the evidence bag. The detective's hands were steady as she placed it on the metal table between us. Inside, a photograph. The surface should have been glossy, but it wasn't. Someone had handled it too much, worn away its shine with desperate fingers. I remember thinking about fingerprints then. How many people had touched that photograph before it reached me? The victim's sister, certainly. The mailman who delivered it. The detective herself. Each touch adding another layer of mystery, another possibility for contamination. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or behind myself. Time doesn't move the way it should when you're trying to remember something that refuses to stay fixed in your mind. The case began with a phone call, or maybe it began with the photograph. Or perhaps it started years earlier with a decision someone made in a moment of weakness or desperation. I can't be certain anymore. The beginning keeps shifting, like trying to grab water with your hands. She called me on a Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. Her voice had that quality voices get when they've been crying for hours, rough around the edges but strangely hollow in the center. She said her brother had been missing for 3 weeks. No, that's wrong. She said he'd been found after 3 weeks, but something wasn't right about where they'd found him. He wouldn't have gone there, she kept saying. He just wouldn't have. I took notes during that first conversation, but when I look at them now, my handwriting seems different somehow. Smaller, more careful. As if I knew even then that I needed to be precise about something I couldn't yet name. The photograph arrived 2 days later, or was it 3? It showed a room I didn't recognize, sparse furniture, a single window, walls that same retreating color I'm seeing now. In the center of the frame, a chair, empty, but the angle suggested someone had been sitting there recently. The cushion held an impression, a ghost of presence. I studied that photograph for hours, days. There was something about the light coming through the window that bothered me. It felt wrong somehow, as if the sun had been in the wrong position when the picture was taken. But sun positions can be calculated. They're mathematical, predictable. so either the photograph was taken at a different time than claimed, or in a different place, or my understanding of light itself had become unreliable. The detective assigned to the case was younger than I expected. She had a way of tilting her head when she listened, as if she were trying to hear something just beyond the range of normal conversation. We met at the precinct 3 times, or 4. The number keeps changing in my memory, which troubles me more than it should. The family insists he never would have gone to that address voluntarily, she told me during our second meeting. But his phone records show he called a number registered to that location the day before he disappeared. What kind of call? Short, less than a minute, could have been a wrong number or someone hanging up quickly. I made a note about the phone call, but when I reviewed my notes later, I'd written something else entirely. Something about a window, about light falling at the wrong angle. My handwriting, but not my words, at least not the words I remembered writing. The address led to a building that had been empty for months. The landlord, a nervous man with ink-stained fingers, showed me through the rooms. Each one felt like the photograph, expectant, hollow, holding its breath. The chair was gone, but I could see the impressions in the carpet where it had stood. "Did anyone rent this space recently?" I asked. He consulted a ledger that looked older than it should have. Not officially, but sometimes people find ways in. Windows don't always lock properly. Keys get copied. I tested the windows myself. They opened easily, too easily. The kind of easy that comes from frequent use rather than poor maintenance. Someone had been coming and going through these windows regularly. But who and why? The victim's sister called me again that night. Her voice had changed, less hollow, more sharp. "I found something," she said. "In his apartment. The police missed it." We arranged to meet the next morning, but when I arrived at the coffee shop we'd agreed upon, she wasn't there. I waited an hour, then 2. Finally, I called her number, disconnected, as if the line had never existed. I began to wonder if she had ever existed. The photograph was still in my possession, though I couldn't remember the detective giving it to me officially. It had simply appeared among my papers as if it belonged there. I studied it again, looking for details I might have missed. The window in the image, I could see now that it faced north. The light was wrong for any time of day that made sense. Unless the photograph had been taken at night, with artificial light arranged to look like daylight. But why would someone go to such elaborate trouble to deceive? What was worth that kind of careful deception? I returned to the building alone. The nervous landlord was nowhere to be found, but the front door stood slightly ajar. Inside, the air moved differently than before. Less stagnant, more alive. Someone had been there recently. The room from the photograph was on the 3rd floor. I climbed the stairs slowly, counting each step, 37 steps total. I counted them again on my way down, 39. Either I had miscounted, or the building itself was shifting, changing when I wasn't looking directly at it. In the room, new details emerged, scratches on the floorboards near where the chair had been. Not random scratches, deliberate marks, as if someone had been carving letters or numbers into the wood. But the marks were too faint to read clearly. They could have spelled anything or nothing. I knelt and traced the marks with my finger, the same smooth sensation as the door, as the photograph, as if reality itself was wearing thin under too much examination. My phone buzzed, a text message from a number I didn't recognize. "Stop looking for what isn't there." I tried to call the number back, but it rang endlessly, never connecting to voicemail or a human voice. just ringing like a question being asked over and over without hope of answer. The detective stopped returning my calls after that. When I went to the precinct, they told me she'd been reassigned, or transferred, or had never worked there at all. The desk sergeant who told me this had the same tilted head listening posture she'd had, as if they were all straining to hear the same distant sound. I began to suspect I was the sound they were listening for. The case files, when I requested them officially, were incomplete. Pages missing, sections redacted, entire conversations reduced to black bars across white paper. What remained told a story, but not the story I remembered investigating. In this version, there had been no sister, no mysterious photograph, no empty building with windows that opened too easily. In this version, I had contacted them. I had initiated the investigation based on what they politely termed unsubstantiated concerns about a person who, according to their records, had never been reported missing. I read these files in my office late at night when the building was empty and sounds carried differently. My own voice seemed to echo back to me from the walls, repeating words I didn't remember speaking, asking questions I didn't remember thinking. The photograph sat on my desk as I read. Sometimes, when I looked up from the files, the chair in the image appeared to be facing a different direction. Sometimes the window showed daylight, sometimes darkness. Sometimes there was no window at all, just a blank wall with that same retreating color. I began to understand that I was not investigating a disappearance. I was investigating an appearance. Something had come into existence that shouldn't have. Someone had created a story so convincing that even the evidence believed it. But evidence doesn't believe anything. Evidence simply is. Unless evidence can be manufactured, unless photographs can be altered, files can be created, phone records can be fabricated. Unless an entire investigation can be built around something that never happened, designed to make someone question their own perception of reality. But why? What would be the purpose of such an elaborate construction? The answer came to me gradually, like light slowly filling a room at dawn. I was not investigating a case. I was the case. Someone wanted to study how I worked, how I thought, how I pieced together fragments of information to construct understanding. They had created a mystery specifically for me to solve, knowing that I would pursue it with the kind of obsessive attention that would reveal my methods, my weaknesses, my blind spots. The sister who may never have existed, the detective who tilted her head like she was listening, the building with its shifting staircase and impossible windows, all of it designed to see how far I would follow a trail that led nowhere, how long I would chase shadows that had been carefully arranged to look like substance. I should have felt relieved by this realization. Instead, I felt more lost than before. If the case was fabricated, what did that make my investigation? If the evidence was manufactured, what did that make my conclusions? If I was the subject rather than the investigator, who was I really working for? The photograph on my desk showed the empty chair again, but now I could see that it wasn't empty. There was an impression in the seat, the ghost of someone who had been sitting there, someone who might still be sitting there, invisible to the camera but present nonetheless. I reached out to touch the photograph one more time. The surface felt exactly like the door I'd touched when entering this building today. Smooth where it should have been textured, real where it should have been artificial, present where it should have been absent. The blinds in my office hang as lifelessly as the ones in that other room, the one that may never have existed. A breeze moves through the building, but they don't respond. They remain forever still, waiting for something that will never come. Or perhaps they're waiting for something that's already here, something I can't see because I'm looking too hard, listening too carefully, trying to solve a mystery that was never meant to be solved. Only experience, only endure, only remembered imperfectly like everything else that matters. The case remains open in my files, though I'm no longer certain which files are real and which are part of the construction. The photograph sits in its evidence bag, wearing smooth under fingers that may or may not be mine. The phone number that was disconnected still appears in my call history, impossible and persistent. Sometimes I dial it just to hear the endless ringing. Sometimes I think I hear someone about to answer, a breath drawn in preparation for speech. But the moment never comes, the breath is never released, the question is never answered. I've stopped trying to distinguish between what happened and what I imagined happened. The distinction no longer seems relevant. What matters is the impression left behind in the chair, in the photograph, in my memory. The ghost of presence that lingers after everything else has been explained away. The doorbell in this building never rings, but sometimes I hear it anyway. The sound of something arriving that was never sent, something being delivered that was never ordered. I listen for footsteps in the hallway, but the floor offers no echo, no reassurance. Only the smooth sensation under my palm, reminding me that some surfaces resist identification. Some mysteries refuse to be solved. Some truths can only be approached indirectly, through the spaces between what we know and what we suspect. The case is closed now, or it was never opened, or it continues somewhere beyond my ability to perceive it, in rooms I'll never enter, through windows I'll never look through, in photographs I'll never see. But the impression remains, the ghost of someone sitting in an empty chair, waiting for questions that will never be asked, holding answers that will never be given. The air holds its breath, the walls retreat from view. The blinds hang still, forever still, in the space between presence and absence where all true mysteries live. Story 6. Every evening, just as the sun sank beneath the horizon, the door at the end of the hallway would creak open, then slowly swing shut. Its brass handle gleamed dimly in the twilight, catching the faint light from the street lamp outside. It was a comforting, predictable sound, one that I'd grown accustomed to over the months. But last Tuesday, after the usual creak, there was a pause, a lingering moment where the door stood ajar. The air felt different, heavier perhaps, as if holding its breath. Then, without warning, it swung back open, just slightly, and stayed that way. It could be the wind, I told myself, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was waiting on the other side. The nausea starts in my stomach, a cold spiral that climbs toward my throat. It's been there for days now, this sick feeling that won't leave, like swallowing metal, like breathing through wet cloth. I press my palms against my eyes and see colors that shouldn't exist, shapes that fold in on themselves. The door, always the door. But before the door there was the basement. Before the basement there were the photographs. Before the photographs there was her voice on the telephone, thin and wavering like smoke. She said she needed help moving boxes. She said she couldn't do it alone. She said please just this once, and her words had weight to them, heavy as stones dropped into still water. I remember driving there. The car radio played static between stations, a white noise that filled my head until I couldn't think straight. My hands on the steering wheel felt disconnected from my arms. The road curved and straightened, hypnotic as a pendulum. Her house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, windows dark except for one upstairs. The porch light flickered, dying and reviving in irregular intervals. When I knocked, the sound echoed strangely, as if the house were much larger inside than it appeared from the street. She answered wearing a yellow dress. I'm certain it was yellow, but when I try to picture it now, the color shifts. Sometimes blue, sometimes white, sometimes no color at all, just fabric that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "You came," she said, and her smile was too wide, too many teeth showing. The basement stairs creaked under our weight. Each step down felt like descending into water, pressure building in my ears. The air smelled of damp concrete and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. "The boxes are over there," she said, pointing to a corner where shadows gathered thick as curtains. But when I looked, I saw no boxes, only a wooden chair facing the wall, only a small table with something dark spread across its surface. "I don't see any boxes," I said, but my voice sounded far away, like hearing myself through a tunnel. She laughed then, a sound like breaking glass, like birds dying. "Look closer," she whispered, and her breath was cold against my neck. There were photographs scattered on the table, black and white images that hurt to look at directly, faces I almost recognized, bodies arranged in positions that defied logic. In one image, a figure stood in a doorway, half hidden in shadow. The door was familiar, brass handle, twilight filtering through glass. "My door, my hallway." "When were these taken?" I asked, but she was no longer standing beside me. She was sitting in the wooden chair, facing the wall, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. The nausea returns, stronger now. I'm back in my apartment, staring at the door that won't stay closed. But am I really here? The walls seem to breathe. The floor tilts at impossible angles. Reality feels thin, stretched to breaking. I remember leaving her house, or do I? The memory fractures like ice under pressure. Sometimes I remember driving home in darkness, my headlights cutting through fog that shouldn't have been there. Sometimes I remember walking, my feet bare on wet pavement, carrying something heavy in my arms. Sometimes I remember not leaving at all. The photographs haunt me, not just their content, but their existence. How could she have pictures of my hallway? How could she know about the door? The images blur together in my mind, creating a narrative I don't want to understand. In one photograph, I saw myself, standing in my own kitchen, but the kitchen was wrong. Too many windows, too many shadows, and in the reflection of the refrigerator door, another figure. Watching, waiting. I check my kitchen now. The refrigerator hums its mechanical song, but the surface is scratched. Deep gouges that spell out words I can't quite read, or won't let myself read. The telephone rings, I don't answer. It rings again and again. The sound burrows into my skull, persistent as a headache. When I finally pick up, there's only breathing on the other end. Shallow, desperate. "Hello," I whisper. The breathing stops. Then her voice, distant and hollow, "Did you find the boxes?" I hang up. The phone immediately rings again. This time I don't answer. This time I unplug it from the wall. But somehow, impossibly, it continues ringing. The basement, I keep returning to the basement in my mind, the way the shadows moved independently of their sources, the way the air tasted of copper and regret, the way she sat in that chair, never turning around, never showing me her face. But I had seen her face when she answered the door, hadn't I? The memory shifts, unreliable as quicksand. Sometimes she had no face at all, just smooth skin where features should be. Sometimes she had too many faces, layered like masks, each one slightly different from the last. I find myself standing in my hallway, staring at the door. The brass handle is warm to the touch, as if someone has been holding it, as if someone is holding it still on the other side. I turn the handle slowly. The door opens to reveal not the spare room I expect, but darkness so complete it seems solid, a wall of black that my eyes cannot penetrate. From within that darkness comes the sound of breathing, not my own. I close the door quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs, but the sound continues, muffled now but still audible through the wood. The photographs, I need to see them again. I need to understand what they were trying to tell me. But when I search my memory, I find gaps, spaces where information should be. It's like trying to remember a dream while waking, the details slipping away even as I grasp for them. Did I take the photographs with me? Did I leave them in the basement? Or did they never exist at all? My reflection in the bathroom mirror looks wrong. The face staring back at me is mine, but older, tired, guilty. There are shadows under my eyes that weren't there before, lines around my mouth that speak of secrets kept too long. I splash cold water on my face, but it doesn't wash away the feeling of being watched. The mirror fogs with steam that shouldn't be there. When it clears, words appear on the surface, written in condensation. You know what you did. I wipe them away with my sleeve, but they reappear immediately, the letters dripping like tears. The basement calls to me, not her basement, but another one I've tried to forget, one that exists in the spaces between memory and nightmare. There was a chair there too, and a table, and photographs scattered like fallen leaves. But in this basement, I wasn't the observer, I was the observed. The camera clicked and flashed, capturing moments I wish I could erase, moments when I wasn't myself, when something else wore my face and used my hands for purposes I can't acknowledge. She was there behind the camera, always behind the camera, her yellow dress bright as a warning in the darkness. Beautiful, she whispered with each click. Perfect. And I stood there complicit in my own documentation, a willing participant in something that defied naming. The door in my hallway creaks open again. I don't remember walking back here, but here I am, standing in the growing darkness. The spare room beyond the threshold is no longer empty. There's a chair now, wooden, familiar, facing away from me. Someone sits in the chair, their shoulders shake with silent laughter. I want to run, but my feet are rooted to the floor. I want to scream, but my voice has abandoned me. All I can do is watch as the figure in the chair slowly turns around. The face that looks back at me is my own, but wrong, distorted, as if seen through water or heat shimmer. The mouth moves, forming words I can't hear but somehow understand. You know what you did. The nausea overwhelms me now, doubling me over. I retch onto the hardwood floor, but nothing comes up except the taste of copper and regret. When I look up, the chair is empty. The room is empty. But the photographs remain, scattered across the floor like accusations. Black and white images of things that shouldn't exist, moments that never happened, or happened so completely that reality bent around them, creating new rules, new possibilities. In the final photograph, I see the truth, or a version of it, a truth that shifts and changes depending on the angle of observation. There I am, standing in a basement that exists everywhere and nowhere. There she is, behind the camera, capturing evidence of crimes that have no names. And there in the background, barely visible in the shadows, stands another figure, watching, waiting, wearing my face like a mask that's grown too tight. The door swings shut with its familiar creak. The brass handle catches the last light of evening, gleaming like an eye in the darkness. Tomorrow it will open again. It always opens again. And I will be waiting on the other side, patient as photographs, certain as guilt, real as the nausea that never leaves. The breathing in the walls continues, steady as a heartbeat, familiar as my own reflection in mirrors that show too much truth. I know what I did. I just can't remember if I did it alone. Story 7. The second hand lingered, pausing mid-tick, then jolting forward in a stutter. Shadows beneath the door leaned unnaturally, like waiting figures poised to vanish. My steps, no longer in rhythm with my heartbeat, echoed before my foot touched the floor. Patterns twitched in the wallpaper, lines failing to meet where they should. The refrigerator hummed, a note too low, too soon. I reached for the cup on the counter that should have been dry, yet water pooled around its base. My fingers skimmed its surface, expecting warmth, but it was cool, like it hadn't been touched in hours. The clock chimed once no more. I tell myself these are the aftereffects of stress. The investigation had been consuming me for weeks, and sleep had become a stranger. When you spend your days reconstructing timelines and analyzing evidence, your mind starts playing tricks. Every shadow becomes suspicious, every sound carries weight it shouldn't bear. That's what I believed then, standing in my kitchen at what I thought was morning, though the light filtering through the blinds felt wrong, somehow too amber, too slanted. The case file sat open on my dining table where I'd left it the night before. Photographs spread like tarot cards, witness statements marked with yellow highlighter, my own handwritten notes filling the margins. A missing person investigation that had started simple enough. A colleague who hadn't shown up for work, hadn't answered calls, seemed to have simply vanished from their apartment without taking anything important. No signs of struggle, no indication of planning. Just an absence where a person used to be. I'd been assigned the case because I knew them well. We'd worked together for 3 years, shared coffee breaks, and complained about deadlines. I understood their routines, their habits, the small peculiarities that make up a life. That familiarity was supposed to be an advantage. I could spot what was out of place, recognize what didn't belong. At least, that's what my supervisor had said when handing me the file. The logical reconstruction came together piece by piece. My colleague had been under pressure lately, a big project with an impossible deadline, relationship troubles, financial stress. Classic signs of someone approaching a breaking point. The last few people to see them described someone distracted, anxious, not quite present. The security footage from their building showed them entering their apartment building around 8 in the evening, carrying takeout from the restaurant downstairs. They never appeared on camera leaving. But here's where the story gets interesting. The apartment itself told a different tale. Nothing was missing except the person. Their wallet, keys, and phone were all there. The takeout container sat half empty on the kitchen counter, chopsticks still resting beside it as if they'd simply stepped away for a moment. The television was on, volume low, playing some late-night talk show. Their bed was unmade but not slept in, sheets pulled back as if they'd intended to rest but changed their mind. I spent hours in that apartment, cataloging every detail, looking for clues that might explain the disappearance. The air conditioning was running despite the mild weather outside. A book lay open on the coffee table, reading glasses perched on top, holding a place on page 47. In the bathroom, a toothbrush sat damp beside the sink, and the mirror held the faint ghost of recently wiped condensation. Everything suggested someone who had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. But stepped out how? The building had cameras at every exit, and the security guard swore no one had passed his desk after 10 o'clock. The windows in the apartment were painted shut and faced a sheer drop to the alley below. There were no fire escapes, no connecting balconies, no other means of departure that wouldn't have been captured somewhere on film. That's when the first contradictions began to surface. I found myself returning to the apartment again and again, drawn by details that didn't quite align with my initial assessment. The takeout container, for instance, I could have sworn it was nearly full during my first visit, but my notes described it as half empty. Small things like that, inconsistencies that could be explained by fatigue or distraction, but they accumulated like dust in corners. The building's security guard mentioned seeing me there on days when I had no record of visiting. "You were here yesterday evening," he said during one of our interviews. "Asked me about the cameras again. But yesterday evening I'd been at home reviewing case files and nursing a headache that had been building for days. I showed him my schedule, my signed reports from the previous day, but he remained certain. Same coat, same briefcase," he insisted. "You even knew my name." My supervisor began asking questions about my methodology. Apparently, I'd requested access to evidence that was already in my possession. I'd submitted duplicate reports with subtle but significant differences in the details. My partner mentioned conversations we'd supposedly had about the case that I couldn't recall. These lapses worried me, but I attributed them to the stress of the investigation, the way difficult cases can burrow into your subconscious and reshape your perception. But then came the dreams, or what I thought were dreams. I would find myself in that apartment at strange hours, moving through rooms that felt both familiar and alien. The layout was the same, but the light fell differently, casting shadows where none should exist. In these nocturnal visits, I would discover things that weren't there during my official searches. A second set of keys hidden in a kitchen drawer, photographs tucked between book pages, handwritten notes in handwriting that looked like mine but contained thoughts I didn't remember thinking. The strangest part was the mirror in the bathroom. During my official visits, it reflected exactly what you'd expect: my tired face, the white tiles behind me, the ordinary fixtures of a missing person's life. But in these other moments, these dream visits that felt more real than waking, the mirror showed me things that couldn't be there. Sometimes I saw my colleague standing behind me, mouth moving as if speaking, but no sound reaching my ears. Other times I saw myself, but different somehow, wearing clothes I didn't recognize, carrying expressions that didn't feel like my own. I began keeping a second set of notes, recording these experiences alongside my official observations. The two accounts started to diverge in troubling ways. My official timeline had my colleague disappearing on a weeknight after eating dinner alone, but these other memories suggested they hadn't been alone at all. I could smell coffee brewing in the kitchen, hear the murmur of conversation from the living room, sense the presence of another person just out of sight. The physical evidence began to shift as well. Items I'd photographed and cataloged would appear in different positions during subsequent visits. The book on the coffee table moved from page 47 to page 32, then to page 61. The reading glasses disappeared entirely, then reappeared in the bedroom on the nightstand. The takeout container vanished from the kitchen counter, though I found a similar container in the trash, empty and washed clean. My partner started avoiding me. When I tried to discuss these inconsistencies, she would look at me with a mixture of concern and something that might have been fear. "You're not making sense," she would say. "The evidence hasn't changed. Your reports are contradicting each other." But I knew what I was seeing, what I was experiencing. The case was evolving, revealing layers of truth that hadn't been visible initially. The breakthrough came when I found the photographs hidden in the apartment, or rather, when the photographs found me. I was conducting what I thought was a routine follow-up search when I discovered a manila envelope taped to the underside of a drawer in the bedroom. Inside were pictures I'd never seen before, images of the apartment taken from angles that seemed impossible, showing details that weren't visible to the naked eye. But these weren't crime scene photos. They were personal images, intimate moments captured in the same space where my colleague had vanished. And in several of them I could see myself not as I was during the investigation, but as I might have been before it began. Sitting on the couch, sharing a meal, laughing at something off camera. In one particularly disturbing image, I was asleep in the bed that I documented as unused, my face peaceful in the morning light filtering through blinds I'd recorded as perpetually closed. The handwriting on the back of these photographs matched the notes I'd been finding throughout my investigation, but it also matched my own handwriting, or a version of it, as if someone had been practicing my signature, learning to mimic my style. The dates written on the images preceded the disappearance by weeks, sometimes months. They documented a relationship I had no memory of, a life I couldn't recall living. That's when the two versions of events began to collapse into each other. I started to question not just what had happened to my colleague, but what had happened to me. The investigation had become a labyrinth where every path led back to questions I couldn't answer. Had I really been assigned this case because of my professional relationship with the missing person, or was there something more personal involved? Were the memory lapses and contradictions signs of stress or evidence of something more disturbing? The apartment began to feel like a stage set, arranged for my benefit but hiding its true purpose. Every time I entered, it seemed to shift slightly, as if responding to my presence or expectations. The security cameras that had recorded my colleague's final entry began to malfunction whenever I was present, creating gaps in the surveillance record that perfectly coincided with my visits. My supervisor called me in for a meeting that felt more like an interrogation. She spread my reports across her desk, pointing out inconsistencies I couldn't explain. According to this, she said, tapping one document, you found evidence of a struggle in the bedroom, but this report from the same day describes the scene as undisturbed. I stared at the papers, recognizing my handwriting but not my words, my signature but not my thoughts. There's something else, she continued, her voice taking on a tone I'd never heard before. The building management contacted us. They say you've been using a key to access the apartment, but we never issued you one. You've been signing in as a resident, not as an investigator. The room seemed to tilt around me. I reached for my briefcase, searching for my copy of the apartment key, the one I'd been given for the investigation. But my fingers found something else instead, a key ring with multiple keys, including one for an apartment I'd never officially been authorized to enter. Among them was a key to my own home, but it looked different somehow, newer, as if it had been recently cut. The final piece came when I returned to my own apartment that evening, seeking familiar ground in a world that had become increasingly unstable. But even my own space felt foreign now. Photographs on my refrigerator showed moments I couldn't place, dinner parties I didn't remember hosting, trips I'd never taken, people I recognized but couldn't name. My calendar, which I'd always kept meticulously organized, contained appointments I'd never made and events I'd never attended. In my bedroom, I found clothes that weren't mine mixed among my own garments. In the bathroom, a second toothbrush sat beside mine in the holder. The refrigerator contained food I didn't remember buying, meals planned for 2 people instead of 1. My home had become evidence of a life I'd been living without realizing it, a parallel existence that ran alongside my conscious experience like a shadow. The case file that had consumed my attention for weeks began to read differently now. The missing person wasn't just a colleague, they were someone who had shared my space, my life, my daily routines. The investigation wasn't an assignment, but a desperate attempt to understand what had happened to someone I'd cared about, someone whose absence had left gaps in my own existence that I'd been unable to recognize. But even this revelation felt incomplete, like another layer of story covering deeper truths. The photographs, the keys, the evidence of shared domesticity, they could all be fabrications, planted to lead me toward a conclusion that served someone else's purpose. The memory lapses might be protective, my mind's way of shielding me from knowledge too dangerous to bear. Or they might be induced, the result of intervention I couldn't detect or resist. Standing in my kitchen where this all began, I watched the second hand of the clock resume its stuttering progress around the face. The shadows beneath the door continue their restless movement, and I no longer question whether they're real or imagined. The distinction has lost its meaning. What matters is that they're there, part of the landscape of uncertainty I now inhabit. The cup on the counter remains cool to the touch, its surface still beaded with condensation that shouldn't exist. I lift it to my lips and taste water that carries the flavor of somewhere else, someone else's mouth, someone else's thirst. In its reflection, I glimpse a face that might be mine or might belong to the person I've been searching for or the person who's been searching for me. The refrigerator hums its discordant note, and I realize I'm no longer sure whether I'm the investigator or the investigated, the searcher or the searched. The case file on my table might document my colleague's disappearance, or it might chronicle my own gradual dissolution into questions without answers. The apartment I've been studying so carefully might be theirs, or mine, or a space we shared in a version of reality I can no longer access. What I know is this: someone is missing and someone is looking, and the distance between those two roles grows smaller each day. The truth exists somewhere in the space between what I remember and what I've forgotten, between the evidence I've documented and the experiences I can't explain. Whether I'll find it or whether it will find me remains the only mystery that matters now. Story 8. The main entryway was locked on initial inspection. Surveillance video corroborates a cessation at midnight, capturing no unusual motion. Each window was latched, curtains uniformly drawn. Electronic devices remained disconnected from power sources, chargers coiled neatly. Unwashed dishes sat stacked in the sink, incongruent with the absence of meal remnants. The thermostat registered a consistent 70 degrees, deviating from the outside temperature by a significant margin. The perimeter alarm was activated but didn't record any breach. The calendar hung undisturbed, marking events past, yet the clock continued to tick precisely on schedule. I remember standing in that kitchen, clipboard in hand, trying to make sense of what I was documenting. The fluorescent light hummed overhead with that particular frequency that gets under your skin after a while. Everything appeared normal at first glance, the kind of normal that comes from careful preparation, from someone who knew they wouldn't be coming back. The logical sequence of events seemed straightforward enough. The resident had been struggling financially for months. I'd seen the stack of overdue notices tucked beneath the phone, the credit card statements with their red warnings. The medication bottles in the bathroom cabinet told their own story: antidepressants, sleep aids, the kind of pharmaceutical cocktail that speaks to deeper troubles. When you piece it together chronologically, it makes perfect sense. The decision would have been made days, maybe weeks in advance. The careful cleaning, the deliberate unplugging of devices, the systematic securing of the house, all preparations for a permanent departure. The surveillance footage showed the last entry at 11:30 that evening. By midnight, the house had settled into its final state of occupancy. The neighbors reported nothing unusual. The mail had been stopped, the newspaper delivery canceled. Even the plants had been watered thoroughly, as if someone wanted to give them the best possible chance of surviving what came next. It was considerate in its way, methodical. But something about the air in that house felt wrong. I've investigated dozens of similar cases, and there's usually a heaviness to the atmosphere afterward, a weight that settles into the walls and furniture. This felt different. expectant almost, like the house itself was holding its breath. The dishes bothered me most. 7 plates, 3 bowls, assorted glasses, all clean, but for the dried soap residue that suggested they'd been washed hastily. Who does dishes when they're not planning to use them again? The refrigerator held fresh milk, eggs with a week left before expiration, vegetables still crisp in their crisper drawer. The bread on the counter was soft to the touch. I found myself checking the surveillance footage repeatedly. The timestamp showed the final entry clearly enough, but something about the figure's movement seemed off. Too purposeful, maybe, or not purposeful enough. The way they moved through the frame suggested someone who knew exactly where the camera was positioned, who understood its blind spots. The first time I noticed the scent, I dismissed it as imagination. Lavender, faint but persistent, coming from somewhere I couldn't identify. The bathroom held no lavender soap, no air fresheners, no candles of that particular fragrance. Yet it lingered, strongest near the back door that led to the garden. That's when the second version began to intrude. It started as a sensation rather than a thought, the feeling that I was being observed from somewhere within the house itself. Not by someone hiding, but by someone who belonged there more than I did. The floorboards creaked in a rhythm that seemed too regular to be random settling. 3 short creaks, pause, 2 longer ones, like a code. I began to notice details that didn't fit the narrative I'd constructed. The coffee maker was unplugged, yes, but the carafe was warm to the touch. The mail slot showed scratches around its edges, fresh brass shavings on the floor beneath it. Someone had been working on it recently, possibly changing the mechanism. The medication bottles in the bathroom were too full for someone who'd been taking them regularly. When I counted the pills against the prescription dates, the numbers didn't add up. Either the medications hadn't been taken as prescribed, or they'd been replaced entirely. My hands started shaking when I found the second set of keys. They were hidden inside a flour canister in the pantry, wrapped in a plastic bag that kept them from making any noise when the container was moved. House keys, car keys, and something else, a small silver key that didn't match any lock I could identify in the residence. The metal was warm, as if someone had been handling it recently. The surveillance footage began to look different when I watched it with this new information. The figure entering at 11:30 moved with certainty, but there was something theatrical about their posture. The way they held their shoulders, the deliberate placement of each footstep, it looked like someone performing the act of coming home rather than actually doing it. I started to smell cigarette smoke, though no ashtrays or tobacco products were anywhere in the house. The scent was fresh, not the stale residue of old habits. It seemed to move through the rooms like a presence, strongest in the spaces where someone might stand to observe without being seen. The clock that continued ticking precisely on schedule became an obsession. I timed it against my watch, against my phone, against the atomic clock signal on the radio. It was accurate to the second, which seemed impossible for a battery-operated timepiece that should have been running slow after months of operation. Someone had been maintaining it, winding it, keeping it synchronized. When I opened the back door to examine the garden, the lavender scent intensified. The plants showed signs of recent care, weeding, watering, pruning. But more than that, there were footprints in the soft earth between the flower beds. Fresh impressions made within the last day or two. Size 10 shoes, possibly 11. The missing resident wore size 8. The 2 versions of events began to blur together in my mind. The careful preparation for departure overlaid with evidence of ongoing occupancy. The surveillance footage showing a final entry while physical evidence suggested continued presence. The locked house with no signs of forced entry, yet clear indications that someone had been coming and going. I found myself questioning my own perceptions. Had the coffee carafe actually been warm, or was I imagining things? Were those really fresh footprints in the garden, or just old impressions that looked new in the right light? The scent of lavender and cigarettes could have been drifting from neighboring properties, carried on air currents I hadn't considered. But the second set of keys was real. I held them in my hand, felt their weight, heard them jingle when I moved them. They existed independently of my interpretation, yet their presence made everything else suspect. If someone else had access to the house, then the locked doors and activated alarm system meant nothing. The surveillance footage could have been staged, the careful preparations a performance designed to create exactly the narrative I'd initially constructed. The house felt different as these realizations accumulated. The expectant quality I'd sensed earlier transformed into something more active, more aware. As if the building itself was participating in the deception, keeping secrets in its walls and floorboards and carefully controlled air temperature. I started seeing movement in my peripheral vision shadows that shouldn't exist given the position of the light sources, reflections in windows that showed more than what was actually in the room. When I turned to look directly, everything appeared normal, but the sense of being observed intensified. The logical part of my mind insisted on the original explanation. Financial stress, mental health struggles, careful planning, methodical execution. The evidence supported this interpretation if you ignored the inconsistencies, if you focused on the big picture rather than the troubling details. But the inconsistencies wouldn't be ignored. They accumulated like pressure behind a dam, threatening to reshape everything I thought I understood about what had happened in that house. The warm coffee carafe, the fresh footprints, the maintained clock, the hidden keys, each detail suggested a different story entirely. One where the apparent departure was actually an arrival, where the locked house was actually a sanctuary, where the missing resident wasn't missing at all. Standing in that kitchen with its humming fluorescent light and persistent scent of lavender, I realized I would never know which version was true. The evidence supported both narratives equally well, depending on which details you emphasized and which you dismissed. The surveillance footage could document a final departure or a carefully orchestrated performance. The locked doors could represent security measures or imprisonment. The unplugged devices could indicate preparation for absence or preparation for hiding. The house keeps its secrets and I keep mine. Sometimes I drive by that address, noting whether the curtains have moved, whether the garden shows new signs of care, whether that precise clock is still ticking in its front window. I never stop, never investigate further. Some questions are more powerful than their answers, and some truths are too dangerous to confirm. The report I filed documented the obvious facts and reached the obvious conclusion. But late at night, when the world is quiet and my own house settles around me with its familiar creaks and sighs, I wonder about that second set of keys and what doors they might open. Story 9. The dust had settled, but not enough to hide the scene. I had just brushed my fingertips across the aged fabric, its texture rough yet clinging. The room was still, with a coolness that lingered like an unshed breath. My skin prickled at the familiar hum that seemed to rise from the floor, a faint vibration that shouldn't be there. The air held a quiet that made me pause, the kind of silence that suggests an expectation unfulfilled. And as I stood there, the rug's edge curled up slightly, as if nudging a secret it couldn't keep any longer. The nausea comes first, always, a rolling wave that starts somewhere behind my ribs and spreads outward like spilled ink on paper. My mouth tastes of copper pennies and something else I can't name, something that makes my throat close up when I try to swallow. The feeling has been with me for weeks now, maybe longer. Time moves strangely when you're trying not to remember. I find myself standing in rooms without knowing how I got there. The kitchen with its yellow walls that seem too bright, too cheerful for what they've witnessed. The bathroom mirror that reflects a face I barely recognize, hollow-eyed and pale, lips pressed into a thin line that speaks of things better left unsaid. But it's always that other room I return to, the one with the rug and the seam and the humming that shouldn't exist. The detective had kind eyes, I remember that much. She sat across from me at the wooden table, her pen poised over a notepad that remained mostly blank. Her questions felt like gentle probes, fingers testing the edges of a wound. "Tell me about that evening," she said, and I opened my mouth to speak but found only fragments, pieces of a puzzle scattered across the floor of my mind. There was a sound like breaking glass, but when I looked, nothing was broken. The windows remained intact, their surfaces reflecting the lamplight in wavering patterns that made my eyes water. Or maybe I was crying. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes between tears and the simple rebellion of overwhelmed senses. The basement stairs creak on the third step from the bottom. I know this because I've counted them over and over in dreams that feel more real than waking. 17 steps total, each one a descent into something I can't quite grasp. The wood is old, warped from moisture that seeps through the foundation walls, leaving dark stains that look almost like handprints if you stare at them long enough. But I'm getting ahead of myself or behind myself. The order of things has become fluid, like water finding its own level. What happened first? The phone call that woke me in the middle of the night, the voice on the other end speaking words I couldn't quite process. Or was it earlier, during those long afternoons when the house felt too empty, too full of echoes from conversations that never quite happened? My hands shake when I hold my coffee cup. The tremor is barely visible, just enough to send tiny ripples across the dark surface, creating patterns that remind me of something I'd rather forget. The liquid tastes bitter, more bitter than it should, and I wonder if my taste buds have changed or if everything in my world has taken on this acrid quality that coats my tongue and makes me want to spit. The rug was a gift, I think. Or maybe I bought it myself during one of those shopping trips that blur together in my memory, afternoons spent wandering through stores filled with objects that promise to transform a house into a home. The pattern is intricate, swirling designs in deep reds and blues that seem to move when I'm not looking directly at them. Persian, perhaps, or something made to look Persian. The kind of thing that suggests sophistication, culture, a life lived with intention and taste. Underneath, is where the real story lives. The floorboards are older than the house itself, salvaged from some other structure and repurposed with the kind of practical economy that speaks of lean times and careful choices. They don't quite fit together properly, leaving gaps that collect dust and small objects and other things that fall through the cracks of daily life. That's where the humming comes from, I think. Air moving through spaces that shouldn't exist, creating sounds that have no business in a properly constructed room. I told the detective about the humming. She made a note, her pen scratching across the paper with a sound like fingernails on fabric. "And when did you first notice this sound?" she asked, and I realized I couldn't answer because the humming felt like it had always been there, a constant companion that I'd somehow learned to ignore until I couldn't anymore. The night it happened, if anything really happened at all, the air was thick with the promise of rain that never came. I remember checking the windows, making sure they were locked, though I couldn't say why security had suddenly become such a pressing concern. The house had always felt safe before, a refuge from the chaos of the outside world, but something had shifted, some invisible boundary had been crossed. There were footsteps in the hallway, but when I looked, the hallway was empty. just shadows cast by the streetlight filtering through the front window, creating shapes that moved with the swaying of tree branches outside. Normal shadows doing normal things, nothing to justify the way my heart hammered against my ribs or the cold sweat that broke out across my forehead. The phone rang 3 times that night. Each time I answered, each time I heard nothing but the soft susurrus of breathing on the other end, patient and measured like someone waiting for me to speak first. But I had nothing to say, no words that could bridge the gap between what I knew and what I was willing to admit, so I hung up and unplugged the phone from the wall. Sleep came in fragments, brief escapes into unconsciousness that offered no real rest. I dreamed of the basement, of those 17 steps leading down into darkness that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. In the dream, I wasn't alone. There was someone else there, someone whose face I couldn't quite see, but whose presence filled the space with a weight that made breathing difficult. The detective asked about my relationship with my neighbor, the one who lived in the house with the blue shutters and the garden that was always perfectly maintained. I told her we were friendly, the kind of neighbors who waved when we saw each other, who collected mail during vacations and borrowed cups of sugar when recipes demanded more sweetness than our pantries could provide. But that wasn't the whole truth, was it? There had been other interactions, conversations that lasted longer than politeness required, invitations that crossed the invisible lines between public friendliness and private intimacy. Coffee in the kitchen with the yellow walls, discussions about books and movies, and the small disappointments that accumulate over the course of an ordinary life. And there had been that evening, the one I can't quite bring into focus, when the conversation had taken a turn I hadn't expected. Words were spoken that couldn't be taken back, confessions that hung in the air like smoke from a fire that wouldn't quite catch. The atmosphere had changed, become charged with possibilities that frightened me more than they excited me. The rug covers more than just floorboards and dust. I know this now, have always known it, but the knowledge sits in my mind like a stone in still water, creating ripples that disturb the surface of my carefully constructed reality. When I run my fingers along the seam, I can feel the irregularity beneath, the way the floor dips slightly as if something has been removed or added, creating a hollow space that shouldn't exist. My fingernails are dirty. I notice this as I sit across from the detective, see the dark crescents beneath each nail that no amount of scrubbing seems to eliminate. Soil, maybe, or something else that clings with stubborn persistence. I fold my hands in my lap, hide them beneath the table where their testimony can't be read by eyes more observant than my own. The basement holds answers I'm not ready to hear. This certainty sits in my chest like indigestion, a burning knowledge that rises in my throat whenever I think about those 17 steps and the darkness they lead to. There are tools down there, implements whose purposes have become unclear in my mind. A shovel that might have been used for gardening or for other excavations that served different purposes entirely. The detective's questions become more pointed, more specific, as if she's following a trail I can't see but somehow helped create. She asks about timing, about alibis, about the small inconsistencies in my story that I hadn't noticed myself. Her voice remains gentle, but there's something beneath the kindness that makes my skin crawl, a patience that speaks of experience with people like me, people who carry secrets that weigh more than they can bear. I remember washing my hands over and over until the skin was raw and red from the friction of soap and hot water. But the feeling of contamination remained, a stain that went deeper than surface dirt, deeper than anything that could be scrubbed away with ordinary cleaning products. My hands felt foreign to me, as if they belonged to someone else, someone capable of actions I couldn't quite remember taking. The house next door stands empty now. The blue shutters are closed, the perfect garden already showing signs of neglect as weeds begin to push through the carefully maintained flower beds. There's a for sale sign on the front lawn, though I can't recall seeing any moving trucks or witnessing the departure of its former occupant. One morning the house was simply vacant, as if its resident had simply evaporated, leaving behind only the lingering scent of disappointment and unfulfilled promises. The humming grows louder in the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath and waits for the sun to chase away the shadows that have grown too comfortable in the darkness. I lie in bed and listen to the sound rising through the floorboards, a vibration that seems to emanate from somewhere deep beneath the foundation, as if the earth itself is trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. Memory is unreliable, the detective explains, her pen still poised over the notepad that remains frustratingly blank. Trauma can fragment recollection, create gaps and inconsistencies that make the truth difficult to discern. She speaks as if this should comfort me, as if the uncertainty that has become my constant companion is somehow a mercy rather than a torture. But I know what I know, even if I can't quite grasp it fully. The rug covers the seam, and the seam covers something else, something that hums with patient persistence in the quiet hours when the rest of the world sleeps. My fingers remember the texture of disturbed earth, the weight of tools that served purposes I can't quite name, the sound of breathing that wasn't my own in the darkness of the basement. The detective closes her notepad without writing anything down. Her kind eyes study my face as if reading a language I don't know I'm speaking, interpreting signs and signals that my conscious mind hasn't learned to recognize. She stands to leave, but pauses at the door, turns back to look at me one more time with an expression I can't quite decipher. After she's gone, I return to the room with the rug and the seam and the humming that never stops. I kneel beside the curled edge, run my fingers along the rough fabric that clings to my skin like a confession waiting to be spoken. The vibration beneath the floorboard seems stronger now, more insistent, as if whatever lies beneath is growing tired of its patient waiting. The dust has settled, but not enough to hide the truth that pulses just below the surface of my carefully constructed reality. And as I kneel there in the stillness, listening to the hum that rises from the depths of the house like a heartbeat that refuses to stop, I realize that some secrets are too heavy to carry alone, too persistent to remain buried forever beneath the weight of denial and the careful arrangement of fabric and dust and time. Story 10. It flickered softly like a candle flame fighting against a faint breeze. It shouldn't be here in this sealed room where no fire had been lit in years. My fingers brushed against the cool banister, but my mind was tugged elsewhere, to a distant evening I couldn't quite place. The air felt thick, heavy, carrying whispers of wax and smoke that settled into my skin. The dim light played tricks, casting shapes that seemed to move on their own. I took a step toward the mantel, drawn by an irresistible pull. The glow danced again, unpredictable and out of time, a quiet instigator refusing to be ignored. I shouldn't have seen that light here, not now, but I did. The rational part of my mind kicked in immediately. Of course there was an explanation. There always is. The house had been empty for months, but the electricity was still connected. Maybe a neighbor had come by to check on things, left a lamp on somewhere that cast reflections through the doorway. The previous tenant had been meticulous about maintenance, always fussing with the wiring, installing timers and motion sensors. One of those devices could have malfunctioned, triggered by my footsteps on the old floorboards. I moved closer to the fireplace, my shoes silent on the worn carpet. The mantel held the usual collection of forgotten objects, a brass clock that had stopped working, a small mirror with an ornate frame, a ceramic dish filled with dusty potpourri, nothing that could produce light. but the glow persisted, warm and amber, seeming to emanate from somewhere behind the mirror. The real estate agent had mentioned the previous tenant's sudden departure. A family emergency, she'd said, something that required immediate attention. They'd left most of their belongings behind, planning to return for them later. That was 8 months ago. The explanation made sense. People leave lights on when they're in a hurry. They forget to flip switches, unplug devices. The house had simply been maintaining its last living moment, cycling through automated routines like a ghost ship sailing on programmed coordinates. I reached toward the mirror and my reflection wavered in the dim light. That's when I noticed my hand was trembling. The tremor wasn't from cold. The house was warm, almost stuffy, despite being closed up for so long. It wasn't from fear either, at least not the kind I could name. It was something deeper, a cellular recognition that bypassed conscious thought. My body knew something my mind hadn't caught up to yet. The scent of wax grew stronger, not the artificial smell of commercial candles, but something organic, like beeswax mixed with herbs. Lavender maybe, or sage, the kind of candles you make yourself, rolling the wick by hand, adding oils drop by careful drop. The kind that burn with a particular intensity, leaving pools of golden wax that harden into memories. I pulled my hand back from the mirror and turned away from the mantel. The logical explanation still held. Someone had been burning candles in this room recently. The scent lingered because the windows had been sealed, the air stagnant, simple cause and effect. But as I stepped back toward the doorway, the floorboard beneath my right foot gave a familiar creak. Familiar, that was the word that stopped me cold. How could a sound be familiar in a house I'd never entered before today? I'd come here to evaluate the property for a potential buyer, armed with measuring tape and a checklist of structural concerns. This was supposed to be my first time crossing the threshold, yet something in my muscle memory recognized the pitch of that creak, the way it resonated through the floor joists and up into my bones. I tested the board again, shifting my weight forward and back. The sound repeated, a low wooden groan that seemed to echo longer than physics would allow. My mouth went dry, not from dust or stale air, but from a taste I couldn't identify, metallic and slightly sweet, like sucking on a penny. The light flickered again, and this time I saw it clearly. Not a reflection, not an electrical malfunction. A flame, small and steady, burning in the empty fireplace behind a grate that should have been cold. But when I spun around to look directly at the hearth, there was nothing, just shadows and the lingering scent of smoke. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from the real estate agent checking on my progress. The words swam on the screen as I tried to focus. "How's it looking? Any red flags?" I started to type a response, then stopped. What was I supposed to say? That I was seeing lights that disappeared when I looked at them. That my body seemed to remember a place my mind insisted was foreign. Instead, I wrote back, still evaluating, need more time. But time felt different in this room, stretched and compressed simultaneously, like looking at your reflection in a funhouse mirror. I'd been here for what felt like hours, but my phone showed only 12 minutes had passed since I'd entered the house. Or maybe it had been longer and my phone was wrong. Technology fails, batteries die, clocks stop. People lie. The thought came from nowhere, sharp and unwelcome. Who was lying? The real estate agent, the previous tenants, or was I lying to myself, constructing elaborate explanations for something I didn't want to acknowledge? I walked back to the mantel, moving with purpose this time. If there was a logical source for the light, I would find it. I examined every surface, every angle where electricity might hide. The mirror was solid, backed with old silvering that had developed dark spots like age marks on skin. The clock was definitely dead, its hands frozen at 3:10. The ceramic dish held nothing but dried flowers and dust. But when I lifted the dish, my fingers found something unexpected underneath. A small indentation in the wood, perfectly round, about the size of a quarter. The wood around it was darker, stained with something that had soaked deep into the grain. Wax, I told myself. Someone had set a candle here, let it burn down completely, left a permanent mark. Except the stain wasn't the pale yellow of typical candle wax. It was darker, more complex. Brown with hints of red, like old blood mixed with earth. My hands began to shake again, more violently this time. I set the dish back down, but not quite in the same position. It rocked slightly on the uneven surface, making a soft scraping sound that seemed to whisper words I couldn't understand. The rational explanation crumbled like old paper. No electrical malfunction could account for the flame I'd seen in the fireplace. No timer or motion sensor could create the scent of burning herbs or the taste of copper on my tongue. No previous tenant could have left behind the feeling that I'd stood in this exact spot before, lifted this same dish, discovered this same stain. Unless I had been here before. The thought hit me like cold water. What if my memory was playing tricks? What if I'd visited this house weeks or months ago and somehow forgotten? Head injuries could cause gaps in memory. Stress could create false timelines. Maybe I'd come here with a different client for a different purpose, and the trauma of whatever I'd witnessed had caused my mind to bury the experience. But that didn't explain the candle flame. That didn't explain why my body seemed to know exactly which floorboard would creak, exactly where to find the stain beneath the ceramic dish. The light flickered again, brighter this time. When I turned toward the fireplace, I saw more than just a flame. I saw shadows moving behind it, shapes that might have been furniture or might have been people. The scent of herbs grew overwhelming, mixed now with something else, something organic and wrong. I backed toward the doorway, but my feet moved without my conscious direction. Instead of leaving, I found myself walking deeper into the house, following a path my legs seemed to remember. Down a narrow hallway lined with family photos, their faces obscured by dust and dim light. Past a kitchen where dishes sat in the sink, still waiting to be washed. Up a staircase that creaked with each step, but not randomly. The sounds formed a pattern, a rhythm like Morse code tapped out in wood and nails. At the top of the stairs, I stopped. 3 doors faced me, 2 closed, one standing slightly ajar. The open door led to what looked like a bedroom, though I could only see a slice of it from where I stood. A corner of a bed, unmade, a window with curtains drawn tight, and on the nightstand, barely visible in the shadows, another candle. This one was definitely burning. I should have run then, should have pulled out my phone, called the police, reported an intruder. Instead, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The candle sat in a pool of its own wax, the flame steady and bright. It had been burning for a long time, maybe hours, but the wax never seemed to diminish, like a magic trick performed for an audience of one. The bed was still warm. I could feel the heat radiating from the rumpled sheets as I moved closer. Someone had been sleeping here recently, maybe within the last few minutes, but the house was supposed to be empty, had been empty for months. I reached toward the pillow, and that's when I saw my own face looking back at me from the nightstand mirror, except it wasn't quite my face. The features were right, but the expression was wrong, too knowing, too sad, like I was looking at myself from a great distance, across years instead of inches. The candle flame guttered, and in that moment of near darkness, I remembered. Not everything, just fragments like pieces of a photograph torn and scattered. A conversation in this room, voices raised in anger, the smell of herbs burning in a ceramic dish. my hands shaking as they lit match after match, trying to erase something that couldn't be burned away, and blood, dark and thick, soaking into wood grain like a permanent stain. The memory lasted only seconds before dissolving back into confusion, but it left behind a certainty that felt worse than ignorance. I had been here before. I had done something in this house, something that required forgetting, and now, for reasons I couldn't understand, I was being forced to remember. The candle flame steadied, and my reflection in the mirror returned to normal. Just my face, confused and frightened, staring back from a room that might or might not be real. I backed away from the bed, from the nightstand, from the impossible candle that burned without consuming itself. But I didn't leave, couldn't leave, because somewhere in the deepest part of my mind, a voice was whispering that leaving would solve nothing. That whatever had happened in this house was part of me now, woven into my cells and neurons like a virus that had learned to hide. The rational explanation was still there, waiting to be embraced. Stress-induced hallucinations, false memories triggered by environmental cues, a mind trying to make sense of random sensory input by creating elaborate stories. All of it could be explained away, filed under the comfortable category of things that seem mysterious but aren't. Except for the light that shouldn't exist, still flickering softly in the room below. Except for the scent of herbs and smoke that clung to my clothes like an accusation. Except for the certainty, growing stronger with each passing moment, that I already knew how this story ended. I just couldn't remember if I was the victim or the perpetrator.